Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. That's good. That's good coffee. Very good stuff. How's it going there, Corvick, Jones, Sapphire, Bandito? We'll be jumping into Mr. Alduin here, finishing up the back scales and doing the next part if we have time. Starting the next part. We'll see. I think we had just begun to do the texturing on these scales. Nope. My green screen's acting up, it seems. Actually, you know what I think it is? I think some daylight's getting in here because I removed that board. All right, let's see if that solved our problem. Hey, what's up, PB? It's still there. Hold on 1 second. Ah, there we go. Hey, what's up there, Mr. Merrick? Good morning. Getting shorter? I don't think so. Seems to pretty, it hasn't changed. It had a phase of changing, but I wonder if things kind of get compact enough that it just doesn't change much anymore. I haven't noticed. We'll fast forward like 40 years and I'll just be holding this tiny little nub of wood. I think it's the same. I haven't noticed anything changing. Like a tiny little toothpick. I've always sculpted with this. Hey, what's up, Akuma? Good morning. Good day.
That would mean I stole Mom's glue.
What? I didn't steal it. I just borrowed it.
Mom said you never bring it back.
Yeah, I'm still borrowing it.
Well, I think Mom really wants it, or I think she really wants it back.
Oh, she needs it back?
I think she really wants it.
Does she need it right now?
She does.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she can have her glue back. I'm done borrowing it. Will you return that for me? Oh, thanks.
That's how I fold it. Bye.
Bye-bye. I didn't have any intention of returning her glue. In fact, it's my glue. That's how it works around here. I always get the old glue, and then she orders a new one. So. And then I use it until the bottle's destroyed, and then the cycle repeats. But I can order a brand new one for myself. That's fine. Didn't I adopt some of the pink tools purchased specifically? Yeah, you know, I'm not sure. Just a bunch of random tools went missing from her toolbox. I don't know. She doesn't keep good track of them, I guess. She should probably work on that. No, Maverick, nothing can stop me once I'm on a mission. The efforts are futile. Anybody get hit by those big storms that rolled through this weekend? Definitely got chilly by us. None of the storm action though. Haven't seen Clayton in chat yet. Wonder if he's still there or got blown away. AC conditions, huh? Lovely freezing rain. I'll take the rain. I don't think we got any. No rain. Just wind. Cold and windy. How were the Mines of Moria over the weekend? Good, really good. We beat it. Well, we beat the current final boss. Still want to play around in the game a little bit probably next weekend. Finish off, our base and stuff like that. But yeah, it was good. Really, really nice game. It's sad that it didn't get as much attention, I think, as it deserves, which unfortunately will probably lead to not having many expansions. I think I was reading a forum, and this guy said that it peaked out at like 8,800 players during launch, which is pretty low numbers. And then it averages like 2,000 active players, which isn't enough numbers to justify making big expansions. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it'll still happen. Or if that doesn't happen, I would love to see if like the modding community would get involved there, if they're even able to. It's got a lot of. It was an excellent game, but it's also got a lot of potential. You know what I mean? A lot more potential. It's definitely re-established. There's been a lot of Lord of the Rings games that's come out that have not been very good, I think. And it's kind of re-established hope in future Lord of the Rings games. They did such a good job of like adding to the lore of the Lord of the Rings world without breaking it. It was very, very canonized. As you're going through the Mines of Moria, they have like little markers in there that are like where key events happens, and little wizard marks where Gandalf and company were. Till Durin returns. I will say we thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, funny enough, I looked into playing that game a little while ago, and I don't know what I decided not to, but I think it might have been the reviews or something that kind of pushed me away. But after having played it and giving it a chance, it was a wonderful playthrough. All the way to the end too, it's just quite enjoyable. It had a really good balance between like fighting and exploring, staying in the base and building and organizing, and resource gathering. Wasn't too like crazy. There was only like really a few times where we felt like we needed to go farm some stuff. I think you can get the same experience solo. It definitely is an elevated experience with multiplayer. But I don't think it's like if you play solo, it takes away anything, you know what I mean? There are just certain factors like, you know, when you're mining ore, your dwarf character gets very happy and wants to sing a song. And you can sing a song, and other dwarves are able to join in, like a mining song. Like stuff like that's probably not as fun solo because you're just one dwarf. But yeah, I could see if I could see playing through that solo and still enjoying it. Drinking beer and dancing on the table is a little bit more fun with someone else. Although, can be just as fun by yourself. As far as the comms,
fellow adventurer. We've got everything you need to rest and refuel.
A Scorpio Seb, thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend. You're my first subscriber of the week. Look at that. Kicking things off. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for your support. Bat O' Blood. Let's see what the wisdom has for you, my friend. Half a year. Your journey may have many twists and turns, but each step you are growing and evolving. That's true. Or devolving, depending on how you think about it. The choice is yours. Either grow and evolve, or you can devolve. All right, sounds good. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's been so long ago, I don't remember how long it took. I would say it probably took at least a couple months, to be honest, to get used to. Because you're not just balancing having this thing in front of you that you're not used to having, but also making sure the camera's in frame, making sure you're not moving around too much, causing chaos. There's definitely a struggle at the beginning to get used to it, but I honestly I've been wearing it for so long I don't even realize it's there anymore. All those things became like background processes, so that's something I have to really consciously think about too much. I've been wearing a camera on my chest for over a decade now. Many a years. Yeah, I've thought about that. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but it's probably not very expensive, or it's probably not very inexpensive. And the reality is it's gonna be more bulky, which could be problematic too. I use kind of like I have a image stabilization plugin for OBS that helps with stabilizing the picture. So doing it like software side, I think is probably going to be a better solution, which will only get better. Software stuff like that will only get better. It's really it's IRL stream. They're not developing stuff like that for creative streamers because creative streaming is not that big. But there is a big scene for IRL streamers, which have lots of viewers, which means stuff like that will get developed. Right, yeah. Yeah, well, like I said, I have image stabilization software, and then I also am very careful not to be moving around all the time. And if I need to adjust or move, I just switch to this camera. That's really the key. Having a second camera to switch between. And then the me thinking I need to switch the camera is automatic. I didn't even think about that. It just happens. Like my finger just hits the button and switches it. I'd say fantasy is definitely the main genre, but I do other things too. I'll be starting like a Escape from Tarkov piece soon. I've done sci-fi things and things from reality. Yeah, I'd say just fantasy. Fantasy is a main realm. Like, you know, this piece right here is from Skyrim, which isn't necessarily D&D. Trench Crusade? No. I've never even heard of Trench Crusade. What's that? Oh yeah? Let's see. Now I'm curious. Trench Crusade. Skirmish scale tabletop miniature game that will plunge players deep into a horrifying alternative timeline. Oh, interesting. Trench Crusade is a skirmish scale tabletop miniature game that will plunge players in a deep, horrifying timeline. During the Crusade, a heretical band of Templars dared defy the Almighty. Casting aside their sacred vows, unleashed the forces of hell upon the earth. Over 800 years, in the year of our Lord 1914, this brutal, merciless war between the forces of heaven and hell rages on. This is not just a fight for survival, but a cataclysmic struggle that will decide the very fate of humanity's soul. Okay. Gives like those Diablo kind of vibes, you know? Diablo-ish. Wonder if there's any art. Is there any artwork? Very Diablo, yeah, right? Shop. That's cool. It's cool to explore those, you know, battle of good and evil type of stuff. Right, yeah. Let me see if there's any Trench Crusade art. Don't think so. Factory Fortress. That's a Kickstarter. Alternative World War One. Oh man, 3,331,000 pledged. Well, I'd say they did pretty well. Oh, okay, I can see some of the artwork. Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. The Black Grail. Yeah, that's awesome. Good stuff. What?
Tomorrow's April.
Tomorrow is the first day of April. That's right.
What? I didn't know you know that.
Oh yeah, I have a calendar. This is why we have. Right here on my computer. So if I click here, right here, in the bottom right corner, click that and it brings up my calendar. See, tomorrow's number 1 of April. Today's the last day of March. And tomorrow.
What? There's no more marches
This is the last.
in this world? No more marches?
Well,
in
not
this world?
not till next year. March only happens once every year. So
It's like April.
right, exactly.
And his birthday is last.
Well, it's the farthest away from where we're at. Yes, in time.
But your birthday,
See, so tomorrow is the 1st, and your birthday is right here, the 24th.
April 24th.
Mm-hmm. So you have to after tomorrow, you have to wait 23 days till your birthday.
Whoa! But 23 isn't that much.
I mean, no, I don't think so. I think a month is pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I am gonna make my own calendar today.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That's good.
I want to make calendars today.
That's a good project. You can design a calendar.
I
And,
mean, on the weekend we can make myself a calendar.
kicking the can down the road, huh?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea, right?
Well, I mean, I think you can make one today. Just get some reference from Mom, and you can make your own.
But Dad,
What?
I do have my own calendar.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes all the way to 100.
The calendar?
No, my calendar.
There's not 100 days in a month. There's usually only 30 days in a month. See? April ends on 30, and then the next month starts at 1, which is May. $30 days per month.
Oh, I thought I had a calendar. I guess that was a learn.
Do you know how many months are in a year? How many months are in a year? Do you know? 12.
I really like cuddling with you. I forgot how it was.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Wow, your dragon looks real.
Do you remember his name?
No.
Alduin,
Oh.
the World Eater.
Wait, did he used to be real?
No, he's from a story, from a game.
He looks really real.
No, thank you. Realistic.
Yep. And I want to show you the tongue of my creature. It's different.
Oh, are
It's different.
you making creatures now?
No, the tongue of my evil creature. I'll show you.
All right, show me. By the way, April 24th is her birthday, and we'll be doing a little stream party if anyone wants to send her a gift. Exclamation point,
different.
Emma.
See?
Oh, did you add some glossiness to it?
Yeah, glossiness.
Nice. Great job. This is Emma's creature. Add some glossiness to the tongue so it looks more realistic. Cool.
And there's also a tiny little claw, see?
Oh, wow, it's a tiny claw.
Yeah, because he doesn't use claws to fight. He uses his really strong hands.
Oh yeah, just punches people.
That's not. He also licks people.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't do very much damage.
It does.
What is his? Is his spit like acid or something?
Well,
Like it burns them or something?
no. The tongue is poisonous when
Ah, poison lick.
Mhm.
Nice. So he punches, claws, and poison licks. Those are his moves.
That's two of his moves.
Two of
but
his moves.
He
Yeah.
has more moves. He actually hits with his head.
Headbutt.
Mhm.
Nice.
and he uses that. That right there is actually his belly.
His belly?
Mhm.
Okay. What does he use that for?
He uses it when he makes it have a really loud rumble.
Oh,
That's how he uses his belly.
a loud rumbling belly?
And it makes people fall down.
Oh, I see. Like a shock wave. Like knocks them down. It's so loud.
Mhm.
Wow.
And he also hits people with his really strong. He's really strong.
Yeah, with his muscles.
He has but he has short arms.
Yeah.
See, this is his arm.
It's very short.
And this is his hand.
Short but strong, huh?
Yep. And he also has the back of his part, see?
Mm-hmm.
Really nice.
Like flat.
Mm-hmm.
He hit people with the back of his flat head.
He does
Like
not.
this.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, okay.
See, he is actually really strong because he has really strong glue together.
He's held together with really strong glue.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
So I will be right back.
You'll be right back? Alright.
You can keep this sculpture if you want.
Well, you don't want to keep it?
You can keep it if you want.
Sure, I'll keep it.
Okay, here.
If you want to give it to me.
I will if you want. Hey, do you want to play with that character?
Hold on, have to sneeze. Ooh. Easy.
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm poisoned. He's gone.
He's dead.
Dead.
You sculpted.
Back into the dirt.
Now, here.
Oh, thank you.
But it still needs a base. You can make the base if you want.
Well, this is your art project, not mine.
Well, we can. I did that part all by myself, so you can do one all by yourself.
I can add to this.
Yeah.
Can I?
Just like, and I can make some, and I can add, and I can make things. And you can.
Can I add some armor and stuff to him?
You can make armor out of clay and then put it on, just like I made a hat. Now it's drying.
Okay.
A red hat.
All right, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna do a collab. You know what a collab is?
No.
It's when two people work on a project together, 2 or more people.
Mhm.
So you do some parts and I do other parts, and then the end project is a collab project.
Mhm.
All right. I'm gonna have fun with that. But we gotta get back to work. Yes?
So today, I'm gonna make some more. In my workshop, I can make parts, and in your workshop, you can make parts.
And we'll bring them all together in the end.
Then we can make a little. Then it can be a character that has some clothes
Okay.
or things.
That sounds good. I can also wait if you want me to wait until after I'm done working to work on it with you. You want to do that?
You don't have to wait.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I got to work on this first, but in my free time, I'll work on that. All right.
But when you're done working, I will be in bed.
That's not true.
What?
I work in the morning first, and then we go out. Usually, we go outside in the afternoon, and then hang out there. And then when we come back inside, I go back to work, and then you go to bed.
But that means we can't do that. We have to do it on the weekend.
Well, if we don't get to it this week, we can do it on the weekend.
Mhm.
We'll figure it out. So.
There is my birthday.
Yep. There it is.
Mhm.
The green dot is the day that we're on. We're on the 31st of
And
March.
right there is the April.
Yep. Yeah, I'm right, Merrick. So, all right, I'm going to get back to work.
Well, bye.
All right, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, that.
So you don't get distracted.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Little water cooler talk with my almost 5-year-old. Oh no, that wasn't coming to see progress. That was trying to kill time. Miss Emma has the case of the Mondays quite often. It's because during the weekend, we spend a lot of time together and doing things together. And when Monday comes, it's back to work. So there's always that adjustment period. Okay, first step, get a basement. Next step, start a rock band. Yes. Strongman Jones, yeah, right. Just snapping. Yeah, as long as the other one of the other foots is still solid, then you should be fine. Just create essentially like a steel stick foot, you know, because that's the thing is that wire is so tough that even if you just had it all the weight on one leg, it would be fine. So yeah, I'm So you used it was this stuff right here, right? That it broke like right here, so you lost your like peg that goes under the foot. What I would do is, so like say you're trying to like re-add material to the bottom of this, I would take like a file or something and add some kind of textured grooves to the area you're gonna apply the steel stick, so that way it doesn't just slide right off. You need to give it kind of something to grab, some tooth or something to grab onto. Sturdiest armature ever. Oh, I see. Yeah, the 1/8 inch. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, that would be definitely strong enough. So. Okay. Yeah, that's just still same thing. Works. Just if you have a Dremel tool, you can easily make some grooves all the way around where you're gonna attach the steel stick. If you don't have a Dremel tool, just use like a file or something to just score and create texture where you're gonna add the steel stick. They'll be less likely to just kind of come undone. But yeah, you should be just fine. Okay, so we're gonna blend in this detail work and then do our small lines. Does Evan Designs usually ship pretty fast? They do. Yeah. Usually. When I put it in an order with them, it doesn't take too long. Oh, I see. You're waiting for the electrical wire stuff to come in, huh? Oh no, you say you probably have that. I see, yeah. Yeah, the only electronic part you really need right now is just the wire. That other stuff we don't really mess with till down the road. Right. Yeah, you should have it in no time. You should have it in plenty of time if you already ordered it. Because basically what ends up happening is we're going to sculpt the robot and in its entirety. And then at the end, we're going to open up his belly and start adding the lighting. Running the wires. You know what I want to do? I want to do some experiments, some tests where we take fiber optic cable and we embed it inside of the clay while we're sculpting, and then to see if it really holds up through like a multi-bake process. I could see that it would, and I could also see that it wouldn't. Hey, what's up, Brock? Yeah, the only thing we need right now is the red and black wire, so you can pre-run that. The actual LED lights we won't be using till later. Just getting your day started at work, yeah. It's a new day, it's a new week. Lots to do. What sort of, I can't remember if I asked you before, but what sort of work do you do for your day job? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Construction surveyor. Oh, okay. What does this construction surveyor do? Kind of like an inspector or something? Ah, okay. So you're the guy who comes and checks the hole, make sure that it looks like a good hole. Oh no, you're the guy with the little camera thing. The like the little thing they're looking through at the, standing in the middle of the road. I see. Yes, okay. Now I know. That's cool. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's good to have that balance of moving around, but not destroying your body. You don't want to be a drywall guy, or not interested in roofing? I grew up around that stuff, going with my dad to side jobs, doing all that stuff. No, definitely not. Those are probably the two jobs I hated the most. Was drywall. Anything to do with drywall and roofing. Maybe crawling around in blown insulation. That's pretty not fun too. Yeah. You got over the hump. Initially, it was probably like this. Really, you were a nervous wreck the whole time. Isn't it amazing how we can get used to the most adverse situations, you know, through exposure? Just takes time. Consistent exposure and time, you can get used to pretty much anything. Okay, I see. His father's father was a surveyor. His grandfather's father's father was a surveyor. All the way back. A great line of surveyors. In fact, his last name is Surveyor. Brock Surveyor. Brock Surveyor Studios. It's funny. My daughter has this concept of like that you kind of grow up and you do the same work that your parents did because of, you know, her situation growing up at home and seeing us all working together for the same thing, you know, and I was telling her about some of the old jobs I used to have. And the first one I started telling her about was a pizza delivery job I had back in the day. And it was just so funny because she started commenting as if I was working for my father's pizza shop. You know what I mean? Like, because she has this idea that, you know, kind of like this from this family business standpoint. So in her mind, she thought my dad owned the pizza shop that I was working for. I had to explain to her that stuff my dad was doing and stuff I was doing is separate. It's not like how it is with us. So good old perspective. So I always love those moments. Yeah, right. Yeah. When I told her that I used to deliver pizzas a long time ago, she thought it was like the coolest thing ever. More cool than me being a sculptor by far. Pizza, man. He also really likes pizza, so that could have something to do with it. So your truck is pretty much. I imagine you drive a truck. It's pretty much like your mobile office. Just driving around, surveying stuff, taking notes, making calls. Got a little laptop in your truck. Oh yeah, for sure. Gotta have a efficient system. System efficiency. I can just tell you're an organized fellow. For some things. A thorough inspection of your art space will be happening as soon as you get home. I'll be there meeting you. I'll be checking the garden shed too. Not the shed. There'll be an official survey of you. I've actually been hired by the surveyor auditing group to check all the surveyors, make sure they're running a tight ship in all aspects of their life. You've been given to me as the next assignment there, Brock. I'll see you when you get home. Your company has hired me to make sure that all of their surveyors are tip-top shape. Surveyors Association. They actually come around and audit legal plans and things like that. Oh yeah, I bet. I bet there's got to be some sort of a almost like a multi-step checking process before anything actually gets built. They always have to leave room for human error. Some sort of system in place to make sure it doesn't be building the businesses in the middle of the road or something. Hey, what's up, Gravity? Morning. That's a good one. Monday morning, that's right. They do, Gravity, they do. Cool Ricky, my coworker is an amazing sculptor, and I believe he's wasting his time and talent here. What advice would you give him to be able to do something more akin to what you do? Ooh, so that's kind of a tricky situation because it's not easy. It's really not easy to do what I do. And the only reason I was able to get into doing what I do is because I just didn't have anything else going on that was, you know, I had nothing else going. I was very unsuccessful in my previous before sculpting life. So I don't know what kind of job you guys are working, but if it's anything that's got, you know, decent pay, benefits, all that fun stuff, it's going to be very difficult to walk away from. Yeah, the last job I had before I became a full-time sculptor was I was working at Best Buy. So and before that I was a manager at Walmart. So to give you an idea, there just really wasn't, it was very easy for me to try to make something work and to get it to the point where my side thing that I'm trying to get to work became the same-ish money and benefits as what I currently had. Was very easy to do. Well, not very easy, but even that was difficult, and it took a couple years for that to actually, and it was only because of streaming, really, realistically. So, yeah, I think everyone should strive to do their own thing if they can, to be your own boss, because there's a lot of value and benefits there. But I think it is the wisest thing to do is to push it on the side, to do it as a side thing until you can get a situation where it's going to work. You know what I mean? Because it's not something you can just be like, I quit my job today and tomorrow I'm going to begin my art career. That's not how it happens. It's, I'm going to work on my art career after work and grow it over time and build a name for myself to hopefully get to a tipping point where I can quit my job and do this full time. I think that's more of a realistic kind of trajectory. We work in home theming fabrication, but we are not treated well here. No benefits and little pay with our boss, not understanding timelines and how things work. Oh, interesting. Okay. Home theming fabrication. That's interesting. So is that like a customer hires your company to like design rooms or something like that? I'm trying to think about what that is. Okay, interesting. Like artistically designing rooms or just like normal like muggle stuff? Like, do you make cool D&D style rooms, or is it just muggle stuff? Like wood grain tiled flooring and stuff like that. We do theme rooms for vacation rentals here in Orlando, Florida. Oh, okay, so it is themes. So I guess it's kind of artistic. I mean, you guys are probably the worker bees and don't really have any say in the artistic direction. Interesting. Okay. He needs to get his work in front of people. Would you think even doing this would help? It's going to take time, but getting people's eyes on his work. Yeah, right. It does take time. It's not easy, and it's not easy. And you do have to get yourself out there, and yeah. It's a busy morning. The second thing I want to follow up on is I raided a stock of 3 nearby Hobby Lobbies to get the reduced price cosplay, about $8 per 16 ounces. But much of it is black, white, and green, blue glow. I would imagine sculpting with these might make it hard to see the features they are sculpting. Thoughts on usage? You could mix them into into a gray color. Yeah. TikTok is great for random exposure. Yeah, in this day and age, you kind of have to become, you can't just be an artist. Yeah, I'm sure some people can, but the easiest way to get your work in front of people, which would generate interest, which generates income, is through social media. So you almost have to become a content creator of some sort alongside of being an artist. So here I have the stream, which was my accidental discovery of what makes what I do work, because I was the very first non-gaming partner on Twitch. I started streaming sculpture here a long time ago. It did really well at the beginning. I wasn't as put together of a person, so of course I didn't capitalize on it very well, but that's regardless. It's been the main kind of detail that's made what I do work. You know, it allowed me to quit my job, pursue this full time, and by being able to pursue it full time, my skills have grown, and you know, my name has grown over the course of 10 years, you know, or what, 15 years even now, 14, 15, something like that. And it just kind of snowballs. It kind of continues along that path from what I can tell. So he's not on social media at all, but could be a start. Yeah, he needs to start, because that's a skill too, you know, producing videos and photos and live streams is a skill too, and you got to start somewhere so you can sharpen those skills too. You know, I tell you what, you go look at my and I honestly got kind of an easy out because I have a whole nother person, my wife. That's how she actually met me, was helping me with photos and videos. Or find a skilled German, yeah, and marry her so she works for you for free. Yeah, so all my social media stuff, other than the live, like right here, is done by her. So, yeah, and that's actually been a big thing for us lately. Has been, you know, so the stream is kind of like what keeps things pretty steady, income wise, and also just, you know, people being interested in the work that I do. But what's been really big is like our Instagram and our TikTok and stuff started to get bigger because of my wife producing, if you haven't seen it, these videos of so while I'm here working and streaming, she's behind the scenes, like pretty much right next to me with a nicer camera, and she's recording these, yeah, we'll just watch one. She's recording these nice videos, which is it's kind of like almost like a summary of what had happened during the stream of this piece. So it's like a 60-second video clip with the nice, you know, the nice eye candy kind of stuff. And when we started doing this, it's our Instagram and stuff started to really do well, started to blow up pretty big. So yeah, Decent Things is a fellow that does sculpture, and yeah, he does really well on social media. And Decent Things is in the side gig stage still, because this is the thing, you could have one video blow up and go viral, and most people are like, oh, all right, there we go, I can quit my job and everything's great now. That's not how it works. You get like an initial burst of like people, but then it like drops back down, and you gain some. You get a little bit of like dedicated followers and stuff, but you don't. Yeah, it drops off really quick, and then you do gain a little bit each time that happens, but it needs to happen many, many times over the course of, you know, your career to get the net gain of people. So I'd say most of the people watching right now here on stream are my, you know, my core group, the ones that are always here, and most of you guys. It's like a mix, you know. Some people are just passing through, but most of you guys are the ones that are just here all the time. I become part of your routine, just like you're part of mine. So yeah.
Hail, noble ally.
Yeah,
Please accept
like
these
corn.
treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Right. It's like fishing almost. Decent things. Right. Mr. Corrin, thank you very much for the 69 months, my friend. Let me grab the wisdom for you. So, it's not an easy thing. It really... What tends to work better, showing the making of or finished the making of does better. For what I do, the making of does better, for sure. We'll post, like, some of our biggest videos
Listen
have
closely, traveler, to what I say.
it's
Twitch
like
Prime
just like
does
me
not
sculpting like a
even
belt
cost a
onto something,
dime.
you know. We caught on to that though, and that's why we do a lot of the making of kind of videos in progress, where like one part is like halfway developed and the other part's like just a piece of wire, you know. People also really like a time lapse, yeah, for sure. I think it's because it makes it so relatable when they can see it actually being sculpted, you know, as opposed to look at this nice object, you know. And we're so jaded by like modern ways of producing things that we don't see that this was made by somebody, you know, unless it's shown, you know. Onyx, thank you so much for the 11 months, my friend. I appreciate that. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for being part of the core group. You guys are all part of the core group. All right. Brock would be another example. I mean, Brock, you're pretty consistent with your artwork, and it's a side thing for you. I don't know if you do like commission work or if it's just simply you kind of growing your craft. But in troubled times, remember, even the small... Oh, wait, the smallest of... What is that word? There's a hole right there. Altercations? I don't know what word this is. Actions. There we go. Okay, good. In troubled times, remember, even the smallest of actions can bring hope and light. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good that you brought it up there, cool, Ricky. And honestly, I'm being totally honest. I'm more than happy to share any question you might have about the lifestyle that I live or how I got here or what I think. I'm more than happy to share. So if pursuing this is something that he wants to do, I'll give it to you how it is, kind of thing. So I'm not shy with sharing anything, for sure. So plus, if there's anything I could share that would help somebody on their own journey, I'm all about that. So yeah, thank goodness there, Banga Bunga. I know. Yeah, but be easy on the guy, because it's not an easy thing to face. You know what I mean? Hey, Seika, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I do commission, yes. I was very lucky that I learned by doing a lot of commission pet portraits. Ah, okay. But it's a side thing, because I think based on the job you told me there, Brock, it would be very, very hard to grow your side thing into something that would be enough to cover what you would be leaving if you left being a surveyor. You know, you probably got, pension, insurance, decent pay. It's just really difficult to make that out of artwork. You know what I mean? It's very difficult. And to make a career out of it, one really has to be self-motivated. Yeah, and and that comes... I think that kind of comes with time too. Like, I wasn't as motivated or productive or as I am today when I first started. That part of yourself grows, just like the rest of it. So, yeah. Now I would need to cover my main job and the extra I make by doing the paintings. Right? Yeah, and that's not easy. And you got to imagine there's a cap there, right? So let's say your main model is I produce artwork and then I sell it, and that's kind of how you generate income. There's only so fast you can go and only so much you can do in like a month, you know. So there's a cap there somewhere, you know. And for some folks, I think that cap is not enough, you know. Could also kill your motivation if you focus too heavily on social media side of things. Got to just make the art and worry about the money later. I think that's true. That's very true. Yeah, it's a balance. You get better at the balance too as time goes on. So I've been everywhere on that bell curve. So social media part is where I fail. Yeah. Well, a lot of us, and myself included, you'll have a stubbornness towards certain things. Like, for example, we used to do photos on Instagram, and you know, it was very slow growing. Maybe I got up to like 3,000 followers just doing the photos. But then we learned that if you make these short videos and reels, I remember when they first came out, I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, no, you know, like I want to do photos. It's being stubborn, right? So set the stubbornnesses aside and just try to do what is actually work. Try to find out what works and do the thing that actually works. But you don't have to, like, you know, I'm not sitting here doing like dances and stuff like other people on social media. I'm still doing it in my own way. Just I'm formatting it in a way that people want to consume it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you have to always think about, it's not just about what you want to do, but what people want to see, and you combine what you want to do with how people want to see it, and then you got something that works, you know. So I mean, I really like how a lot of these turned out. Actually, do we have any pinned ones? What's interesting is a lot of the like really successful videos are my original characters, which I think is pretty nice. Yeah, like this one right here, 23,000 likes, so it probably has quite a few views. Probably like 200,000 views. Just in progress of this guy always does well. And what's crazy to see is, like, you know, like the numbers we'll have on like Instagram, and I can see how many people actually come over from Instagram to like hear the live stream. And it's crazy. It's like there's such a small percentage of people that'll actually explore past just watching the video, which is it's just you gotta learn these things so that way you kind of know how to operate better. I found you on Instagram. Yeah. Some of you make it. You were a chosen one, Levita Lex. You were always meant to be here. Yeah, once you kind of figure out a system that works, there are decent things. You just gotta just repeat it, essentially. It's interesting for me, the incompleted art seems to do. It does. I think that's for everyone, Brock. Yeah. Found you on Twitch before any other platform yet. You found me a while ago too, didn't you, Merrick? All right, let me get to work here. Oh, I need to get better at jibber jabbering, and it's still working. Yeah, see, we do both. We do. So the missus, that's a lot of what her kind of daily tasks is. She shoots those videos, and then she has to edit them down, and then find music for them, and she posts them on Instagram, which is our main one, TikTok and Facebook and YouTube. And they all have little subtle little differences, you know, like length, video length and stuff like that, which is a little bit annoying, but Bango Bongo found me from the Dota. So you've been around since the very, very beginning. Like Bloodseeker sculpting days. Yeah, right. Yeah, so by doing showing the process there, decent things, you're saying, hey, look at this, but also, hey, look at how it was made. And it's just gonna get more interest. So I definitely think you should do it. But just remember, you know, like I said, I have a whole nother person doing that kind of stuff, so it's understandable that it's not easy. You know, it's just difficult for one person to do, but not impossible, you know. You just gotta figure it out, you know, figure out a system, try things. The social media or content creation, like I said, it is an art form in itself. And the more you try things, the more practice you get, the better you get at it. It's just the way it is. I'm just lazy. Yeah. Well, probably not just being lazy. Our days only have so many hours, you know what I mean? It's a hard thing to juggle. Yeah, right, exactly. Just have other things that are taking your energy, you know. Right. Well, it's the same thing with like I get this struggle too, like at the beginning, you're going to be putting in work towards something that's not going to give you anything in return. It's like, it seems like just like, you know, just like dust in the wind kind of thing, you know. But you can't think that way, you know. It's the experience you need to be after, the learning of what works and what doesn't, and fine tuning your method and your skills. I think when you have when you're successful at a certain art form, you're almost expecting something in, you know, it's almost like to get something for the efforts that you put into it each time, you know, because that's how it is. That's how it is for us, you know, like me and the missus want to put effort and energy into making long form YouTube stuff, you know, like 10-minute videos of the process. It's a hard thing to do because all the other things that we're doing that take our time, they benefit us, you know, almost right away. You know, if anything we do for the stream, stuff for Instagram, you know, it's all there. But with YouTube, that's not the case. You know, we'll put tons of hours into a video and then nothing will really come from it, you know. So it just feels like a wasted effort, but that's not the way that we should think about it, you know. It's building for it to become successful eventually. We just have to figure it out, you know. It's just there's like a certain amount of hours you just kind of gotta throw at it before things start to finally till you start to figure it out and things start to actually do well, you know. You gotta force yourself to do it. That's right. I'm glad you did. I'm glad there seems to be a new wave of sculptors joining Twitch, which is really nice. You can really build a nice, you know, clay sculpting sanctuary here. I've always felt that there's just so much more potential for the creative side of Twitch that it's just there's so much more potential here. Can you please type something? Yeah, yes. Go right ahead. Oh, sorry. No, you did type something. You gotta say, can you please read what I typed? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Social media is actually not necessary for certain things. For example, if you sell on Etsy, it can be a deterrent to sales. Really? It's interesting. Sorry, Livy Deluxe. I've never made any luck on Etsy. Maybe I should try that again. See, Etsy's like, well, here's the thing. If like, so decent things, if you're already doing well with your own shop and social media, then you don't need Etsy. You know what I'm saying? Etsy is a place to put your work if you don't have a following, essentially, that will buy your work because they're taking a cut. Their algorithm works on views within their site, not from people coming from outside the site. Yeah, I see that. I got you. Yeah, interesting. I've always wanted to experiment with that, but yeah, the reality is you know, Etsy I don't know what their cut is. Let's see, what's their percentage cut? Of course, everyone's got to get a slice of the tiny pies that we have, right? Let's see. What is Etsy percentage on a sale? 6.5% transaction fee on total sale price, including shipping. Okay. I guess that's not too bad. 6.5%. Listing fee, 20 cents per time. I see. Okay. I do well on Etsy with my clip art. It's got great traffic. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what they're offering you. So the offer is they have a platform that people are shopping at for handmade stuff. And in return, they take a percent. You make the handmade stuff, and they take a percentage for that. 6.5 is not too bad. Oh, okay, it's 9.5. Okay, it's 6.5 for Etsy's cut plus payment processing fee of 3%. So it's more around like 10%. But yeah, I guess that's not too bad. Okay. All right. I thought it was worse, to be honest. Let me get some coffee. Well, that's good insight there, Levita Lux. So what you're saying is social media wouldn't help your Etsy page get traffic from inside of Etsy, but people would still buy things from your Etsy page from the social media. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I've seen it time and time again. There's like it deters it. Oh wow, okay. So it works against. So if you have a lot of people coming from outside of your page, that's interesting. So it's almost best to like create a Etsy page that's like almost like separated from your other social media, so there's not anybody going there. Maybe even having it like a different name, undercover. That'd be an interesting experiment. It makes me want to do an experiment of like I'll create a cnotbusch Etsy and then create some social media to like get people to go to it. And then I'll create some other name Etsy with similar stuff that I don't promote on social media at all, and then see what actually grows and what doesn't. That would be an interesting experiment, wouldn't it? Let me get my science grant from Uncle Sam. I propose an experiment, and I need $3.5 million in funding to execute it for science. Go on, Shark Tank. Just like a algorithm testing. I'll become an algorithm testing firm overnight. Yeah, you're right. There's this guy. What would my alter ego name be? Has to be something funny that everyone from the community would get right away. What would it be? Come on, Clayton. Now's your time. See that tree? Yes, Bush. See, yes, Bush. Or what is that brand? What is that shoes? So I found some shoes. Pizza delivery guy. See not it. Ah. No, it can't be see not. Oh, it's this brand here. Nunbush. see Nunbush. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this. These really nice shoes. They were like pretty much brand new at a thrift store. I walked past them and like caught the corner of my eye. And I was like, wait a minute. And I checked the size. It's my size. Brand new. And then I looked at the bottom to see the brand. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh man, this is destiny here. Check it out. Nunbush. Pretty nice. Brand new. I couldn't believe it. Got them for $7. Destiny called. Nunbush. So many jokes. You gotta love. I love moments like that in life. Those like straight out of like a comedy show moments. Is this even real? What's going on here? What are the chances of that happening? Got some shoes with my name on it in my exact size, brand new, and only cost $7. Which is funny because I usually don't even look at the shoe section there. Usually I'm going and looking at other things. But I just happened to glance over and see them. Part of me kind of likes that with the Etsy situation, though. It really gives people a chance that don't have kind of like a social media following to grow, you know? Almost like it levels the playing field a bit, you know? Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube that does like talks about how certain algorithms change and work. I think his name's Robert or something. I can't remember, but he was the one that I saw a video, and he was the one talking about like when Instagram changed over to like the reel system. That really convinced me to give reels a shot, and that really was a huge. Those guys definitely know what they're talking about, and if you can apply what they're saying to what you're doing, it can, it's like why work more for less kind of situation. It's better to be more efficient, do things a little bit differently for the sake of your efforts kind of paying off more, Got overwhelmed and stopped looking. Too many options. That reminds me of so when my wife first moved here to America, taking her to like these big box stores, and man, she would be exhausted after one store. Like we would go to a store, and just absolutely exhausted by the size and options of every like section of the store. Coming from small town Germany, it's a big difference. But even big city Germany, like I went to Frankfurt. I think it was Frankfurt, or maybe it wasn't Frankfurt. But we've been to bigger areas, and I've seen what they call bigger stores, and it's just like Americans just do that way different for sure. So. Yeah, I use Etsy a lot for stuff like, especially like specific kind of seeds, different herbs, um, for teas and stuff. Really good place is Etsy for that. I got some all leather garden shoes that I got from there. It's been good. Is it custom made? It's a harmonica holder that's been altered for holding a webcam. It essentially will work. A harmonica holder will just work right out of the box for holding a webcam. I had to alter it because I got this larger camera hooked up here, so I had to like cut the size of it down and re-drill holes and stuff. But other than that, it's just a harmonica holder holding a webcam. Hey, what's up, Dracusis? Dracusis, how are you? Yeah. Actually, this image you're seeing on the screen is it's just like I'm just sitting in an empty room playing my magical harmonica, and it's like creating this illusion of me sculpting in front of you. But really, you've just been entranced by my magical harmonica. It's a harmonica built with the bone fragments of a siren's vocal cords. Fourth dimension harmonica. Handcrafted with the bone vertebrae of a siren. Crafted into a musical instrument. Dual streaming, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I use Restream, and I was streaming on TikTok, but I think they don't like that I use the music that I use there, so I'm not streaming there anymore. It wasn't really doing super well, so not really a big deal. Because he stays quiet. Oh, we'll just wait till we add the vocal box here. Motion activated vocal box. Yeah, they you listen to music on your stream. I'm wondering if it's something to do. It seems like they're kind of cracking down on that aspect. The endless monologues. just to get up to him and like shoot him with one arrow and the boss fight to be over. Alduin, the Alduin fight for me was the most it ended so quickly. It's because I progressed in the game so much before I did the main storyline that my character was just super overpowered. Poor Alduin stood no chance. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened. That's what happened with me. I'd get those messages every once in a while. And the only thing I could think of is said you were promoting a product. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's just talking about cosplay the whole time. Get him down. Get him out of here. Jones, you could go back to renting. No problem. Tree root in the pipes, huh? Those dang tree roots. Oh, I was wondering where you're missing. Home ownership stuff. Ooh. Oh, Clayton, how much did you enjoy your this weekend here? Or were you working the whole weekend? Wasn't it great? Looks like Jones is on his own quest to enjoy his weekend more thanks to having a hard week. I'm happy for you, Jones. Hello, Lori. I'm happy for future Jones. I died this weekend. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. How do you start sculpting like this? Well, you start. You can really just start by getting the materials and beginning. I can recommend that to you that I have these playlists how to sculpt certain characters. You can go check out, follow along. That's probably your best bet if you want to learn how to sculpt like I do. You just go check out the free start to finish sculpting tutorials. There's the current one, which is how to sculpt a robot, which happens live on the Sunday streams, and then you can check out the VODs. And there's how to sculpt a dragon and how to sculpt a woodland gremlin classes you can check out and follow along as well. So, what made me start? I was always into artwork from a young age and discovered that I particularly liked sculpture probably around the age of 10. And then it just kind of was something that phased in and out of my life until I got older. And then when I got older, and I was going to college for something entirely different, and things didn't work out there, and I ended up dropping out. And when I was trying to figure out my life, that's when I started sculpting again. It started off as me just wanting to make a sculpture because I hadn't made one in a while, but quickly became a form of like extra income, side income, out of necessity, you know. And yeah, then it was really easy to keep doing it once there was some extra money coming in from it. Became a good a side thing that really kept things afloat in hard times, and then became my main gig once I started streaming it, and stream started to pick up, and I got partnered with Twitch, and that's when it became my full-time gig. I've been doing it ever since. At the very beginning, I sold my artwork on eBay. And I posted, so you gotta imagine, it was a different time back then, but eBay was the place to sell things online. Amazon didn't even exist. Actually, I think Netflix didn't even exist. Isn't that crazy? Think about that. And then, so eBay was the place to sell things on the internet. And my first sculpture, when I had gotten back into sculpture, was of a Hydralisk from the StarCraft 2 universe. So I kind of discovered my niche right away, just because it was something I was interested in. So I was playing the beta for StarCraft 2, very anticipated game that was coming out, and yeah, I produced the first character from that game, and just got the idea one day to post it up for like $50, see if it would sell. I had already had an eBay store set up for painting miniatures and selling them. That was kind of my first idea for making some extra money. And then I posted my work on StarCraft 2 fan forums, like teamliquid.net was one big one. Just posting my work in the forums. And then, yeah, so I sold the first piece pretty quickly, actually. Because I'd only posted it for a $50 buyout, so it wasn't like I was making tons of money. So, and then I just decided to just do it again, make a different StarCraft 2 character. I think I made a Roach, which was one of the newer units for the Zerg. Zerg was my favorite, so that's why I did a lot of Zergs. And I posted that one for more money, and yeah, it sold as well, and there you go. I was off to the races, I guess you could say. Then after I had a body of work and my name had circulated a little bit, I started to get commissions, which was just people wanting specific characters to be made. I started to do that. I did get my OSL done on my grunt with great success. Oh yeah, did you post it in Discord? It was Activision. It wasn't Blizzard, which, I mean, I know they're the same, but yeah, it was the only time I ever had anybody give me a hard time, and it was because I wasn't doing commissioned work at that time. I was making things and then selling them, so it got a little pushback. It was a lifetime ago. That's why. No, but I will now. Okay, yeah, let me know. Let me know when it's up. You ever get sculptor's block? No. You ever get walking block? Or like, doing dishes block? Yes. Sculpting is like walking for me. So. Sometimes you might not feel like you want to get up and walk, but you have to. You know what I'm saying? So the have to pushes you past that barrier, and then you push past that barrier, and you're like, oh man, I really like that I'm on a walk here. Glad I did it. You know, dishes are in a pile in the sink. Yeah, it's not like that for me. I think this idea that you have to be like super motivated and creatively charged to actually make something is, I don't subscribe to that. I think there's always going to be stages of any project that you're going to be not as enthused, and you have to be able to get the work done regardless of how you feel in that moment, you know. So you can't depend on those inspiration and motivation times to get work done. You have to be able to get work done without having that. But I'd say most of the time I do really enjoy doing this kind of work, and it is very fulfilling. And I'm not as affected by those times when I'm not really feeling it as much. Probably because I've just been doing it so long, and I've never allowed myself to stop because of that, you know? Yeah, me neither. Now get to work. You build up an endurance, is what it is. There's an endurance there. Because I also don't let the quality of my work suffer because of that either. You know, that's you really gotta build up that discipline to, like, you know what, I'm sitting here, I'm doing this work from this time to this time, whether I want to or not, and I'm gonna do a good job. Because if you don't do a good job, you create more work for yourself when you do sit down next time and you are inspired and you're like, man, what did I do here? What did the last guy do here? What's going on? That wasn't me, that was somebody else. Oh, nice, Jones. Wait, so you completed the whole there and back again journey, or was it just the there journey? Oh no, 400 till Mount Doom. Okay. Are you riding the eagle back, or are you walking back? Yeah. There's different things I do that help for sure. You know, like changing up having like a schedule for project routine. Obviously, streaming my work really helps. I mean, you guys keep me quite entertained while I'm sitting here working on projects. Definitely a benefit of streaming, I would say. If you get into streaming your work, you'll find yourself being more. Of course, you'll be distracted by the stream sometimes, but you'll be more consistent, and you'll, I think, work longer with the stream involved, and you'll not be getting sidetracked or get off task as much. Only a little bit, a little bit with the stream, but I think all in all, I think it's a net positive, a net gain, as opposed to not streaming the work. I think so. Decent things. I think Jones said he does get a medal. You're way more patient than I could ever working on a project. Yeah. Well, that grows though. I mean, don't underestimate yourself. They're decent things, because I had those phases too. Where it's like you just wanna. It's like your mind is trained to be like that, and you can untrain it. To have more patience on your projects, because what you'll see is over time, your project patience, or your ability to endure staying focused on something, will grow with you as you get further into the craft. So all you have to focus on is just pushing just a smidge further than you went before, and that kind of grows your capacity. Just like when you're like lifting weights, you need to lift just a little bit heavier each time than you did before, and you will grow stronger. It's just a slow process. So, yeah, that's Mr. 18 Vix. Impulsive Creature is 18 Vix. If you guys didn't know. Yeah. I'm a meathead. I understand that about weights. Hard to apply it for art for me. It's the same thing, though. I'm telling you, it's the exact same thing. Maybe you just need to think about it that way. Like, okay, my mission isn't to like be perfect. My mission is to just go one step further than I went last time, and then you get a growth trajectory. Then and it comes with being uncomfortable. You got to be uncomfortable. So growth requires discomfort. You hear me, Clayton? Discomfort is a required ingredient for growth. Are you not entertained? I failed at reconstruction, then lower jaw for the bear skull thing I said before. Seems that I forgot to use the polymer glue stuff. Wait, what happened there, Mystic X? Just like the clay fell off of it or something? Yes, we will see your project patience grow. Decent things. Just got to commit. You just got to stick with it. Say, you know what, I'm doing this. I don't care what my brain tries to do, but I'm doing this. I have a hard time going back to finish a project that is unfinished. When I want to make modifications, it's so hard to go and do it. Yeah, you have to be careful with sidelining projects because I think everybody has a hard time with that. And, yeah. Isn't that interesting? Why is this such a hard thing? Like, you want to do something, and you tell yourself to do it, and then when push comes to shove and it's time to do it, you're like, nah. It's like, there's like this other side. We all have this other side of ourselves that's just super self-sabotaging and wants to see nothing good happen, So we have to fight that side, wrestle it and subdue it, It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna start this really good habit today. Then when the time comes, when you're in the moment to start it, it's like, nah. It's the discomfort, I think. That's the thing we don't want. The discomfort pushes us away. The piece didn't want to stick and just warped while cooking. Interesting. Okay. There might be some salvageable it's just different lighting angles and also different cameras. So actually these two cameras are the same, but this one's behind the source of light, and this one's going in the same direction as the source of light, and then this one's on the opposite side, so there's a shadow. See that? So also, yeah, a little bit different filters, which makes the colors look different. So. All right, decent things. That's what I like to hear. Weird. And then this one is a different camera altogether. This one. Nicer one. Okay, I think we're actually ready to do the small lines now. Oh boy. Let's try and get comfortable for this here. Let me try to get some comfort in my time of discomfort. Is there any lag for others? No, there shouldn't be. Yeah, I mean, if you take a photo of what happened there, Mystic X, I'd be more than happy to look at it and tell you how I would remedy the situation. There's nothing that you've made that can't be fixed, kind of thing, you know? If it was made, it can be fixed. The blade must be reforged. Except eBay. 3D artist. Like digital, yeah, that's good. I mean, in the realm of the digital arts, there's a lot of potential career paths, you know, with the digital. You can try and do your own thing, but I think with digital, there's more of an option for, you know, working in the film and games industries, or even the 3D printing industry has become quite big for like hobbyists. I see a lot of people doing very well with making 3D print files like each month and like setting up Patreons and stuff like that. So you just have to figure out what do you want to do with that skill, you know? Is it something, are you wanting to work for somebody else, or are you wanting to do your own thing? Nice. How nice of them. I think with any art form or skill, if you're primarily focused on growing the skill, then the rest will kind of figure itself out. But yeah, main concern should be to get better at the skill, to grow it. Once it gets to a point where its skill is growing and doing very well, then you start to see kind of opportunities opening up. Epoxy glue is safe to bake, and the clay, I've never had any issues with those. So you can use like Magic Sculpt or something like that to, you know, if you wanted to sculpt more around the eyes, maybe like adding eyelids and stuff. Yeah, you can kind of glue them in place, then mix up some 5-minute epoxy clay, and then sculpt some eyelids in. Yeah, just stick to your hands. They're decent things. Oh yeah, if you're trying to avoid baking, you can use the clay glue. If you're not avoiding baking, you can just use Cosplay. Yeah. What are you using the 5-minute epoxy for? Just to glue the eyes into place, or? Then your thumbnail falls off. Yeah, I was gonna say something like that too. It's a no-win situation. Steal your thumbs. That can be your dwarf name, Steel Thumbs. Oh, Steel Thumbs over here. Decent thumbs. My right hand has visible difference in thumb muscle. I have pretty buff thumb muscles too. It's the most buff part of my body. The old phalange muscles. We need to start like a clay conditioning sport. Strong hand competition. Just like piles of cosplay boxes and like a timer. How much cosplay can you condition in like 30 minutes? Rah, 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 rah. Then really at the end of it, I just take all the conditioned clay back to my workshop and then use it. The whole competition is just so I can get my clay conditioned for free. It's an elaborate plan, but a good one. Test your might, young ones. Who can condition more clay? Yeah, I have some of it still. It's actually really useful for certain parts. Remember the Kickstarter batch was just super firm. It's really nice. You can roll it out super thin because of the firmness. See, now I'm thankful. I did teach the sketch, because for those of you that don't want to do the armature the way that we're doing it on the main robot, you can just essentially do the same as style as the sketch, and it'll work just fine. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're gonna do the square, whatchamacallit, detachment points later in the build. I mean, technically they could be done right now, but... Oh, okay. All right. I'm curious here. Let's check it out. Clayton is sharing his grunt sculpture here. Let's see. Creative corner. Let's see. First animal sculpt in about 30 years. This is a prototype for a fox Chinese tea pet. Oh yeah, they were talking about that. The tea pets. I like the shape of the head. Very nice. Oh, let me move the dragon out of the way here. Bryce, my latest sculpture from the last few months. The latest being Harrison Ford as Red Hulk. But only the head for now. No more clay for the body. Harrison Ford stars as Red Hulk. I can see it. Making head sculptures is fun, man. That's what really got me into sculpting when I was younger. I would just make character heads. Nice work. Good job on the skull here. Very good. Clayton, about 95% done with OSL. Worked great. And the resin mixed with fluorescent paint catches the light. So it's the brightest point. Okay. Hey, yeah, that does look good. Awesome. What a nice piece, man. Like I said, I've always wanted to make a grunt flailing around like mid-run animation with like a sticky grenade like stuck to his head. And then put like a LED light there with the little trail of smoke, you know, little cotton effect. I'm gonna do it one of these days. It's gonna happen. Very good. Very nice likeness. Proportions look great. Yeah. I wonder if you should incorporate some white in this, like a white highlight somewhere in there. Or it's just essentially like pure white. Pure white. Maybe it's somewhere near the brightest point. You know what I'm saying? See, I'm seeing the edge here, the nice gradient where it gets brighter, but I think somewhere in the somewhere in here there needs to be something where it's pure white. Right. Kind of like you know, if we look, let's just look at just look at this really quick here. Let's just bring up an example. Can you get images off this feed? Off of chat, I can't, but if you want to send images, you can join Discord, which I can get you a link to if you'd like. Let's see here. Plasma pistol charging up. Painting. I mean, we can kind of see it here, where we need to have if we look at this, just break this down color-wise, you know, think of it like a painting. That's pure white right there with like kind of like a subtle green kind of blending, but we should have pure white somewhere. Otherwise it's not going to have that bright, super bright effect, you know. Wonder if there's one where it's charging. Let's see. See here. No, it's not easy to find exactly what I'm looking for here. On the metal highlights too. Oh yeah, like where the metal has like a shining spot that would normally be white, you do the bright green instead. Or you do bright white. Let's see, charged plasma pistol. There's gotta be a screenshot of that somewhere. Not really seeing it. I mean, you get the idea. I mean, you can kind of see it here. I mean, I know it's something different. Pull it up here. You know, like you can even see it with something like this, where there is a lot of white here if you really focus on the color. Where the point of kind of like where the highest point of energy is, and then it kind of fades outwards. Yeah. That's the only thing I can see that's really missing with that effect that you have so far. That it just needs it's missing that super high white shine part, you know, or high energy part. Well, I know you just drill a hole and then you run a an LED light right in there. That'll do the trick. the easy way out. The not so easy way out. Nothing simulates light better than light. Oh, I see. You can always add it back in. No, this is good. This is what I'm talking about. When you get presented with challenges like this. It's these struggles, these like hard times that make you grow the most as an artist. By having to figure out OSL and kind of push yourself and struggle through it, you're going to gain a lot of wisdom. that will carry on for many projects to come. OSL and lighting together. Oh yeah, for sure. Further exaggerating the effect. Art socials. Clayton does, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and share. Yeah, I don't mind. You guys can share for sure. How dare you self-promote here, Clayton? That is the final straw. Send him away. No, you don't have to ask. Trust me. I'm only saying it because I know people are timid, reasonably so, about doing stuff like that. Let me squash the timidness by saying, do it. You've stuck your webs in my business for the last time. Clayton Creates trying to take my Instagram followers for himself. I knew it. Oh my goodness, man. The way people think about that stuff is so funny to me. Like a person, like people, followers and people are some sort of like a possession, you know. How dare you try to steal from me? It's a sign of a lacking of maybe confidence when people are like that. I don't know what it is. It's like everyone has free will. We can all go see whatever we want to go see. I don't want somebody to be here just because I've bamboozled them into being here. They can never discover anyone else that does what I do. Never. Do it. Are we looking at Clayton stuff? Wait, did you post it? Clayton Crates. Clayton House of Crates. Maker of crates. Same name as here. Oh, Clayton Creates. On the Instagram. I'm pretty sure I'm already following you. Just double check. I like a good crate making video every once in a while. Yeah, it's funny, the algorithm led me to you and a few of the other from our group. I think I found it's the algorithm just knows. It knows that we all know each other. What about a crepe video? Clayton Crepes. Yeah, he makes these really delicious crepe making videos. Just always gets me hungry. And then he's got his other channel, Clayton Crates, where he's making like custom crates for like businesses and stuff, like different packaging art forms. And then there's Clayton Creates, where he's creating clay sculptures. Quite a multi-talented individual, I have to say. Orc riding a goat? Where's that? That's right. I always forget you were an illustrator before you discovered the third dimension. What? There's a third dimension? No way. You will ascend someday, Bango Bongo, into the third dimension. I'm already in the fifth dimension. I don't know about you guys. The things you're seeing me doing are just the perception of the three-dimensional mind. But there's a whole thing beyond that you can't see in the fifth dimension. I'm telling you, 5D sculptures will be the next thing, 5D. Fifth dimension, beyond time and space, in the unseen realm. Anybody want to be my first 5D sculpture client? I'm willing to sell the first one for very cheap, $500,000. Oh, just to get the ball rolling, Value will go up. It'll probably triple in the next 3 years. Okay, just let me know. Shoot me an email. Let me get some coffee. Okay, back to our detailing here. This part's kind of a pain in the butt to work on because it's such a big thing to hold the whole time. Big pain in the butt. Twilight Zone. If someone can make a piece of artwork that is not founded on reality, totally 100% not inspired or founded in reality, would we even be able to see it? Think about it. Or if we could see it, would we even be able to comprehend what it is? I don't think it's possible, to be honest. I think it's impossible to make a piece of artwork that is 100% founded out of something that doesn't exist, you know? That's not founded on the world we live in. See, I understand as artists, we don't make new things. We just combine existing things into what seems like new things. But we never make anything new. Three-dimensional shadows. Yeah, exactly. Have you ever seen the explanation where the person's explaining how if a two-dimensional character that exists in a two-dimensional plane, if a three-dimensional object interacts with that plane, what they see is just the side of it, essentially. But they cannot comprehend or understand the entirety of the three-dimensional object. The Bardo. What's up, Easy? You've been in the Bardo? Just browsing artwork in the Bardo. You want to tell me how to get there? I don't want to go there. No thanks. I'm perfectly fine existing in the plane that I exist in. I don't need to go to other planes. Relaxing, eating some dinner, nice. In the Bardo. And when I go to sleep at nighttime, is that where I'm at? In the Bardo? It's like we log out of the game that we're playing for 8 hours each day. The game is reality. Every person that exists logs out of reality for 8 hours a day. Or some less, some more. It's like when you play you know, we've all had the MMO phase where you're playing like 12 hours a day. Those moments when you have to like go eat food. Actually, a good description of it is like in the movie The Avatar, the James Cameron Avatar. When they're like spending all day in their avatars, and then they have to like essentially eat and sleep in their quote unquote real world in their little pod. All of 8th grade was Modern Warfare 2. 1995. 8th grade. When is 8th grade? How old are you in 8th grade? Or what years is it? That's like freshman. Is that freshman in high school? Or it's right before freshman, isn't it? That was about the time cell phones started to come out. I remember that. I still remember calling my mother on the payphone, asking for a ride home. $12 going on 13, so let's see. So 2005 for me. That was back when I was into skateboarding back then. I actually did spend a lot of time outside. Wasn't quite deep into the gaming hole as I got later in life. Spent a lot of time at the skate park. $19.99. Worked your way up to the alley, huh? I would do like, I'd ride the half pipe and could do some 50-50 grinds, board slides, kick flip, pop shove it. I got pretty deep into the skater life back then. I always attribute my sense of balance, where I'm like about to fall, but then I always catch myself magically. Definitely to those formative years. That was the scare. I remember the scariest thing to first learn was dropping into a half pipe for the first time. I didn't have any broken bones. No, I was a very careful skater. Just a careful kid in general, so took it slow, worked up my comfort to things. It's when you're reckless when you just jump right into something without kind of working your way up to it. That's when broken bones happen. Yeah, dropping into the half pipe was the hardest thing. It was the scariest thing to overcome, Just like, wait, so I just lean forward with all my weight down this just like cliff. So, yep, that's all you had to do. It's a total like it's like almost like a trust exercise, but with yourself. If you've ever done it, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, you're standing at the edge of this like just straight cliff drop down on a half pipe, and you have the tail of your board planted there, and the nose is just hanging off the edge like this. And literally the way you start is you have to push your other foot on the top of the board and literally just like you're taking a step off of a cliff. That's what it feels like. So super scary to do for the first time. But once you do it, once you kind of like break through that seal, it's like, oh man, so much fun. Not sure I would do that again now. Now I'm more like concerned with actually hurting myself, because you go to do these things that you used to do all the time. You still have the same mentality, but your physical body's changed, and that's when you can get some injuries. So. So I don't know if you guys know, but we started helping out the neighbors by feeding their dog. We make a homemade dog food recipe that's just really healthy and good for them. We did it with Annie, or we started doing it with Sadie and Annie, and just always have done it that way. And the neighbor dog Millie has been very overweight and very unhealthy for, and she's still, still probably what, 4 or 5 years old. So, well, the neighbors had some health issues, and we needed to take Millie in for like a month while they were recovering. They're older, and during that month, we switched her over to the homemade food, and she lost a bunch of weight and got really healthy. So we just worked it out with the neighbors where we're going to continue to feed her that food. They pay us for the costs of what it takes to make it, and then we just do it that way. But anyways, Millie is like, essentially, she knows when it's about to be lunchtime, and she'll like literally stare into the window where my wife sits at her work desk. She just figured out that she sits there to do her work, and she's just sitting there staring into the window. It's so funny. But here, so there's Millie. This is the view from outside of my wife's window in her office area. Millie's just giving her the like laser beam eyes through the window because it's 10 minutes before mealtime right now. Oh man, so funny, so great that she's she lost she was really overweight, like really big. It was something I was always just didn't like, of course, but you can't just tell people like, hey, you should give your dog some different food or something, so thankfully a situation came up that allowed us to switch her over, and then the neighbors saw the results of that, and that's you think that's chunky? You should have seen her. I think she lost like 30 pounds. So, but yeah, it worked out really good, and I'm just happy that she's very healthy. So, let's see, does that Labs can pack it on? Yeah, for sure. But let's see. Wait, is there another photo? Oh, this is another angle. Same window. Just giving the side eye, looking into the window. So we've developed a stalker dog situation here. She's withering away. Clever girl. What's the meal you make for your pupper? So we have like this big 12-quart. The missus does a lot of the meal prep, but we have this big like 12-quart pot, like stew pot. And it's just about having a mix of lean meats and fatty meats. A good, I think it's 80-20 ratio, or 80-30, sorry. And then we do carrots, a lot of carrots, celery. Once it's all cooked, we add in turmeric and what else we have? Coconut oil. And then the mix changes. We'll add in like beef liver, some organ meats and stuff like that. But it's all cooked. We used to do the raw feeding for a while, but we switched over to cooking. Cooking meals, just as dogs get older, it's a little bit easier on their systems. So, but yeah. So it's really, I just try to look for meat when it's on sale, and I can get a lot of it. So, turmeric helps with inflammation. Yeah, it's very healthy. Very good thing to have. And one thing that people don't know, or a lot of people have a misconception of, is we'll actually add fresh minced garlic into the food a little bit, just for one of the meals a day, and that also helps with a lot of stuff. See, a lot of people think garlic is like poisonous for dogs or bad for dogs, but if you actually look into the study they did to show that it was not good for dogs, they were like giving them like an insane amount of garlic per day, and they're like, oh look, the dog's sick. It's like, but if you actually really dig into it, you'll find that garlic is actually really beneficial for them. So, we gave them 50 heads of garlic in 2 weeks, and they're sick. so it must not be good for him. Yeah. So, well, one of the things kind of pushing us towards these, like looking into diet and stuff a lot is, so Annie, our little dog, she's had mammary cancer for I think it's been probably about 3 years now. So, and instead of going the conventional route of treating cancer for dogs, we went the route of changing diet and doing more research on that front. So, and she's very healthy and happy, and yeah, things have been good. Because the conventional route for cancer treatment in dogs, I think the statistic was like 90% of dogs 6 months after are already gone. You know, when you do the either cutting it out or chemo or whatever. So we opted to not do that and to just try to just do the homeopathic way with diet, and it's been working really good. So. $300 for a study. Yeah, geez. Mammary cancer is so a lot with female dogs. If you don't get them fixed, there's a pretty high chance they'll develop mammary cancer, which is essentially breast cancer for dogs. So it's like tumors on the belly area. So, but yeah. You can, you could, of course, you could surgically remove them, but the reason and the source for why it's there to begin with is still there. So therefore, it's just going to come back. And in most cases, it actually gets worse after they cut it out. So it's just not worth going that route. Yeah. Yeah. And then you just have to constantly get things removed, you know. And Annie, she's 10 years old now, so less invasive methods for sure is just the decision we decided to go with. But anyways, garlic is very it's a good thing for specifically pushing back cancers. Mm-hmm. Turmeric. Cancers are vampires by logic? They are, actually. Technically. Just at a cellular level. Okay. You ever used a one wheel? What's that? Oh, yeah. I have not tried that, but they look really fun. They do look really cool. I've seen people using them, but I've never personally tried one. I remember a friend of mine got a is it a hoverboard? Is that what they're called? With the two wheels on the sides, you know, and you kind of like lean forward. It was when they had first kind of come out, like the first generation of them. And he had got one for Christmas or whatever, and came over and showed me, and we were testing it out, and I decided to we were riding it on the street, and I decided to kind of like crouch down on it and just lean forward and see how fast I could go. I totally lost control and bailed off of it naturally, like I would a skateboard. And man, the thing just like tossed head over heels and just got completely destroyed. Like it had like this really cheap plastic kind of like covering, you know, plastic fender material. It all busted off of it. It was pretty bad. Let's just say I didn't ride it again after that. They say with quantum computers, we understand cancer and other biological processes on such a deeper level, almost anything should be possible. That's what I've heard, yeah. I can see something like that happening. Definitely interesting times for sure. Do you believe in curses? Do I believe in the supernatural world around us? Yes, I do. I guess you could say I believe in curses too, yeah. Kind of a broad thing. Bad RNG. How much stock do you put into homeopathy? I have zero stocks in anything. Because I am just a lowly artist with no extra money. I think let thy food be thy medicine and thy medicine be thy food. I think there's a lot of food out there, especially food that you think should be healthy and good, and you find out that it's actually not, you know. That's happened so many times on this. You know, I could say I'm very passionate about food and food ingredients, and the further you go down that rabbit hole, the further you realize how kind of messed up it is. So And then you look around and you see a lot of people being sick, and it's just like, well, no wonder. We're living in an environment that's favoring us to be sick. So of course, not every case, but I'm sure there's a lot of illness that could be avoided through that kind of stuff. Instead of like reactive medicine, where you're reacting to a bad situation, you just prevent it altogether. Tell us your favorite dad joke. What letter of the alphabet is a pirate's favorite letter? Aha. R. No, it be the C. All right, there we go. You fell right into it. Perfect. Yeah, of course, Dracusis. That's totally the source. Exactly. I totally agree. You're right. It's not the food itself. It's the, it's the greed behind it, right? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful Monday morning with you all. I do have to get out of here. There will not be an evening stream today. I actually have an appointment I have to do. That's going to be happening during the time of the evening stream. So no evening stream today, unfortunately. But I will be back on tomorrow morning, and we'll be working on the chess set tomorrow. You said you'd help with... Oh, wait. Yeah, let me do that there, Mystic. I don't know if you posted a picture. Sorry.
Welcome, new adventurer, to a land of great deeds and bravery. Thanks be to our recruiter.
Good chatting, yeah,
for their
for sure.
Wise choice.
Way too much sugar makes food gross. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Sunny, hey, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for your support. I'm glad my dad joke didn't scare you away. All right, let's check this out, and then I'll get out of here. Mystic Axe. Where'd you post it? In the general? Let's see. Put it in general. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, you're good. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, interesting. Are you using cosplay or is it something else? Yeah, that's interesting how it just kind of crumbled from there. And did the breaking happen during the baking or after the baking? Super Sculpey. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure if the clay glue would help that. I know if you used cos clay, you wouldn't have this kind of an issue because of the flexibility. I took it out. Okay. After you took it out. Yeah, okay. So if you're using cos clay, it won't happen after. See, this is the problem is Sculpey is a brittle, more fragile material than like cos clay is flexible. So it's going to be able to take a hit and move around without cracking and breaking like this. Because what's happening here is this layer here, you're blending this layer of clay into the object to make it look seamless. It's making a very thin layer of clay that's going to break and, you know, crack really easily. So if you can't get cast clay, you might want to consider using epoxy clay, which will be much stronger, and you don't have to bake it. So I'm curing it while it's attached to the bone, right? Yeah, that should be fine. So honestly, my recommendation here is to just get cast clay if you can, and if you can't, use epoxy clay. If you use epoxy clay, you can blend it in by using water. So you can put the epoxy clay where it goes and then use water to blend it and make it smooth. So that's a 2-part clay. Yeah, I use Magic Sculpt. Now it's not as nice to sculpt with this material as it is cast clay. So if cast clay's in your wheelhouse, get that. If it's not, then get this. There's Aves Epoxy Sculpt. There's Magic Sculpt, Milliput, Green Stuff. Those are all 2-part epoxy clays. So, yeah. That's what I would do. All right. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today. You all have been a wonderful audience. I'm gonna get out of there, get out of here, get some sunshine, and get ready for my appointment later. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's see here. Where can I drop you off? Got any fellow sculptors on? Let's see. Delio. There's a Delio here. Oh, Lou. Let's go raid Lou. Sculpting Wonder Woman. Yarg. Okay. All right. Till next time, my friends. Bye-bye.